Good morning. Alright, not sure what we're going to work on today, but we're going to work on Kast. Let's see though. Maybe I think the parser is kind of basically finished. I was trying to do things with it, and it parses, I think, all of the code, both in this repository and in the original Kast repository. There's this thing which doesn't parse, which is a broken on purpose. Can I say find exclude doesn't parse KS like this? Then there is this old example of the generics which doesn't parse. Okay, actually, you know what? There are things that are not working over here. This is called a raw identifier. That's not being lexed even currently, right? That's just a lexer. I can fix that real quick. Let's see, lexer. So there is a special symbol at, which is used for raw keywords and raw identifiers. Over here we have a read raw keyword. If next is at, then we say none. Otherwise we read identifier. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. All right, so I'm going to read a raw identifier. So the next token must be this. No, the next character must be this, and then peak 2 must be the quote, right? Yeah. Match reader peak 2. If it is some character, if it's not, then we'll also return. If character is not, hello Nigel, the double quote, then we'll also return none. And so we're going to do reader fans. and then we read string with delimiter double quote. It returns an optional shape, although this should be unwrapped. So I'm going to match string token. It can be either. Oh, by the way, I also did make a distinction between the little strings and interpolated strings. Right, so I have interpolated strings and then have raw strings which with no interpolation parts now, so I can easily differentiate. And for the raw identifiers, we must use a regular string here, which I need to figure out the name of the identifier, right? So we are returning identifier which has a raw and which has a name. A raw is just substring reader contents from start index to end index minus start index. And we have name. So in this case, we have string with contents, and the contents is the name. And over here, what I'm saying is that we do error report message span raw identifiers cannot use interpolated strings. And then instead then we return some error token. Like this, right? Right, so this is seen as the identifier. Good. You know what, also, I think that Lexer, the tokens, which are punctuation magenta, like this. Yeah. How do I test it more? I want the identifier to be raw and like, you know, name. Right? Yeah. So what I want is I want to say that if a raw is not equal to name, then that's the two options. If raw is equal to name, then we'll just print the thing like this. Otherwise, we want to print both. I mean, yeah, I want to print like raw and then write the equal sign, and then write the escape string name, right? Yeah, something like that, so that we see the actual name as it was parsed. Right? Like over here, we have the if, but the actual name is if. There you go. Although this is just for debugging. Technically, I don't want that. So I say if true or Roy's name here. Can I somehow like do the verbose mode of printing versus the not verbose mode of printing? Yeah, maybe that would make sense because when I'm printing the tokens and like the other places, I want them not to be. Let's have how about this? We have print implementation. Right? So the only way I am doing something, this is the print for the token shape, right? So over here, I'm doing token print impl. Like I want this to have the extra argument, which is verbose. And the token itself also. This is token shape, and this is this token, right? Also going to be token impl, which also has the verbose boolean. Yeah. So over here we pass the verbose there, and then we just say that print this token into print impl token verbose is false. By default, we don't print it in the with verbose mode, right? So now I can do this. I can say if not verbose or this, and also in the other places I could do the same, right? Like for example, for the strings we have contents, right? So I would just write /n, increase indentation, decrease indentation, write /n, and over here we just write contents is escape string contents, and this is going to be printed with the green color too. Output right content and then green. So in this case, yeah, okay, hold on. We have raw, we have contents, right? And we say if verbose, then I'm going to do one thing. Otherwise, we are just printing the raw string, and in this case, I am printing like content part. And escape string contents here. And then if we have interpolated, If verbose, then one thing, otherwise another thing. This in the end, if verbose, I'm going to print the same as the ASTs, right? Which is going to be something like this, where I'm printing with the green color delimiter twice with interpolated string here, and then we write opening curly bracket /n, increase indentation. Over here in the end we write, we say decrease indentation and write closing curly bracket. Okay. And over here, every part is going to be on its own line. So if this is the content like that, then we also write /n here with a comma. I guess we do it after every part if verbose. Okay, and then interpolated part is also going to be printed differently if verbose and if not verbose. We are going to print magenta. Actually, you know what, over here we're not going to do. I'm going to do it literally same as the ASD, which I am printing. Actually, it should be yellow probably, right? I'm using the backslash as a symbol, meaning interpolation, basically. Right? And when we interpolate, after that, I do need to just, then I'm opening the curly bracket, /n, increase indentation, decrease indentation, right, closing curly bracket, and over here for token and this tokens, we just print the token verbose, and after that we also write comma and /n. Delimiter. All right, let's see here. So when I'm like doing, when I'm trying to test the lexing, tokenizing over here, I want to print the token verbose mode, right? Let's see in the token shape also. Print is shape into print impl shape verbose is false. Okay, we have an issue over here. Print impl is the value which is used before initialization. This is a bug. Maybe I should like fix this one. This one sounds uh interesting. For the shape print impl here. This should not be the case though. All right, there we go. So now, when I am printing things like strings, I also printing the contents so that we can check. In this case, they are the same, so it doesn't really matter. But interpolated string. Closing bracket over here. You know what? Maybe we should print over here. If it is verbose, then we will print the fact that it's a content part, right? So I will print yeah, I don't print raw here. Well, I mean, I could. I will print the raw after in between the delimiters, I guess. And then over here, contents is this, same as the regular string. Almost. There we go. I feel like the commas are unnecessary. Let's also do in the AST printing. I'm doing the backslash this over here. I want just to change the color a little bit, that's all. All right, there we go. And we can also parse. And just interpolate instead of interpolated string. All right. This over here is wrong though. Hold on, what? Value is this, right? I want to make sure that it's not verbose there. Or am I in the tokens for some reason said verbose is true? No, I did not. So when I'm printing a regular string. Oh, when I'm printing a regular string, it's not behind the verbosity, right? Yeah, so I just want to print the raw green, and all of this I also only print if we are in the verbose mode. Like so. There we go. Okay, verbose printing of tokens when Kast Alex. Like this. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's try to fix this bug. How difficult would it be to fix it, though, is the question. Right, so the problem is... What's the problem? The problem is that we have this token, and this is a recursive module. So over here, I change this to just print impl instead, and over here is shape print impl instead of token shape print impl. Let's see if just this one is enough. Right. See, we cannot access value before initialization. Okay, the issue is that is too much code for me to try and figure out what's wrong with it. So how about we remove everything that is unrelated to this. Syntax. Serialize. Parser. AST, like at least this. Or what? Ideally, I just try to do this on a... in the playground. Somehow, right? So we have this. We say token is a module inside of a module, where we say we also have const shape, which is another module, right? And this one has the print, which like does something, right? And this over here has print, which is saying token shape print. And like use foo dot star, and then we like do token print, right? Cast playground test target.js. But this works, so there's something more about this. There is something more about it. Which means that I'm going to actually delete the things here. Syntax parser, syntax rule set, JST parser, JSON. That is unnecessary. We only have the Lexer args, so I can only tokenize, and all of the other things are going to be removed here. Okay, so this is still the same. It compiles faster. Right. Can we now we want to try to get rid of more things, right? So let's do in the Lexer. I mean, I don't even need the Lexer technically, right? And maybe not even don't even need the token stream. Let's try to not import them. I mean, I will import token, right? How about I just say over here, right? I want to just token print ample verbose as true, and over here I'm just going to say that token is let's just say underscore, right? Because I think this is going to be transpiled properly, right? Because the error is still the same. I can get rid of all of this code. And it's going to work still, right? Yep. So which means that I don't need error. I probably common is used to escape the strings. The log is not used though. And a tuple is not used. Right? Yep. Okay, even less code to worry about. Let's now try to get rid of more. Let's get rid of everything except for the string token variant. Right? So there's nothing except for the string token. How about that? Is that still going to break? It is still going to break. Okay. Nice. Let's make the string token. Let's get rid of the span. Let's get rid of the spans. Which means that I don't need to load it, and I can get rid of it. The source import span, yeah, because this has the inter span method, which is not needed anymore. Interpolated. Yeah, and I don't have the interpolated string parts or string content either. Interpolated string shape. All of that is not needed, right? Alright, still have the problem. Nice. The source actually is absolutely unnecessary. Okay. Next, what? Common is just used to do the escaping. So how about we get rid of that? And we just don't escape here. Wait, I removed output instead of common. Huh? Okay, still the same problem. Nice. Let's continue minimizing this. Let me try. If I get rid of the print implementation altogether. Oh, it actually still is the issue. Okay. What if I get rid of this? Then it works. Okay, because this is just because I'm printing the token shape, right? And that is what is missing. Okay, it means that I don't need the output either here. And I can remove output, right? Yep. Do I need position? Position is used in the reader. I don't need reader. Which means that I don't need position. Okay, that is the same issue. Okay. Now, can I move all of this into this main? Instead of importing, let's inline this code here. Right? Oh, wait. Oh, if I import. Oh. The issue specifically with imports, is it? I guess because this has like the parent scope here, and otherwise we don't have the parent scope. Something like that. So it has to be imported. Okay, let's do this in the test. So this is the thing that I'm trying to import. And over here, we just use import test2 store. And then do this. Right? Yeah, there we go. So now I have minimized this pretty well. I will discard all the changes here. And work here instead. So the problem was with the imports. And then if the problem is just with the imports, then the only issue is like this, right? I don't need that even. Like this implementation is empty. Okay, how about we also try to do this with no standard library? Just so that we see things. I will not use the syntax sugar then. I need to not use like strings and booleans. I think the boolean doesn't matter, right? The verbosity. I think the verbosity doesn't matter. And maybe this doesn't matter either. Wait, no, wait, what? This matters. Okay. So what changed? The verbosity? Okay. Is it the verbosity? So if I do this, it doesn't work. If I get rid of this method, it's not used anyway, right? So yeah, so the issue is this method. For some reason, just existing of this thing breaks stuff. Okay. It's not the verbosity then. Right? I can get rid of this. Still. And it will still break, right? Yes. Okay. I can probably get rid of the self argument too. And this is just going to be the empty function. And I don't have the token. Token print impl. Let's see, does this still break? It does. Okay, nice. Which means that I can also get rid of the type definitions. And this is the code which is even simpler. Right? And the way we fix this code is by using the print impl, by using shape print impl instead of token shape print impl, right? Yes. That's also stdio. Oh, wait, yes, and now we can do that without the standard library too, by the way. So let's do over here native console log 123, just so that we see something in the terminal, right? Like this. So this is supposed to be used with no std, right? There you go. And since this is used with no std, I can take a look at the output. Here's my compiled output, which is very small now. It still prepends the runtime. Maybe you should not prepend the runtime in the no std mode. So this is all the code that we have. right? Node target compiled. Wait. Huh? Wait, it works. Hold on. I need something that doesn't work, right? Oh, yes, it doesn't work if we do over here token shape, right? Yes, there we go. Okay. Get rid of this runtime. Don't do the cleanup. Here we go. So this doesn't work. Block scoped variable used before its declaration is declared over there. So what is happening here exactly? The problem is that we're trying to do this value, and this value depends on basically itself because it's recursive. JavaScript transpiler. So when I'm transpiling transpile value, right? Yeah, over here we only like prepend it if it's was not found previously, and then like if it's done recursively, then something is wrong, right? Because I'm prepending it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like this doesn't work with recursive types well, I guess. What we're doing here is doing the topological sort on the dependencies of the on the dependencies, right? The topological sort, and we are writing the values in the order from the one that is from the dependency to the dependent, basically, right? But in case of a circular data structures like this, that's not what we can do. So what we do instead for the things like regular modules, which are created at runtime, is that I first create an empty object and then I initialize it fields one by one, right? So I think something similar should be done for this thing. So I say transpile value shape, right? And this is a tuple, which means that we have like an object with all of the fields being just transpiled values, and this like automatically works. But I should instead should instead, like in some cases at least, at least in the tuple, right? Should first create an empty object and then initialize it. So it's not like transpile value. Transpile value, like, should say that I'm trying to initialize the value with a given name. Kind of thing. Kast interpreter 2.6 seconds, Kast JavaScript 0.2 seconds, Perl 0.2, 0.1. So we're only twice as slow as Perl. Why did you choose Perl? Is Perl like the fastest JSON implementation? And what exactly are you profiling there? Some specific example? JSON-PP is the fastest pretty printing? I see. Is there like benchmarks of all, like where they compare all of the different JSON implementations? JSON implementations benchmarks, like where they have a bunch of them, you know, like different JSON implementations. Is this just about the Golang though? It's just about the Golang, right? Is it the billion docs JSON challenge? $1 billion row text file. How quickly could it be entered JSON? The new challenge, 1 billion document JSON challenge, which measures how well databases can store. Oh no, is it about the databases? Is there really like no comparison between all the different languages? I don't know. What did you use to test? Did you come up with your own file that you try to test? I'm trying to fix the miscompilation here, and then we will work on something else. Maybe I will look at your JSON library and we'll try to use it to start working on the JSON RPC and like the LSP. I don't know. For JSON, you could find the package JSON. Right. How big is it though? I feel like package JSONs are usually not that big. Like, isn't there some time spent on just like parsing the source code, both in Perl and in the JavaScript backend of Kast? Do you have some nice big JSON? Not really. I had this like LSP stress test where I just spam it with the same JSON over and over again. My LSP, right? So the way the language server works, you have like this one LSP, and then you like open a file, and then you can like send the changes. So I send this like small JSONs a billion times. That could be used as a benchmark, maybe. But I think there's like better. Maybe you could try to look at the Rust search JSON, right? They surely have the benchmarks there, which we can steal, right? Wait, they don't? So the Rust JSON benchmark. Maybe this one actually. This is archived, right? There's a port of the native JSON benchmark. So this is like using C and C++ libraries and compares them, right? Twitter JSON, there you go. You can probably like take something from here, right? Okay. How do I fix the miscompilation though? So I guess we need to do something like this. Instead of saying, so basically I'm transpiling to something like this. We have object which has, you know, one function and another function. Like, let's say it has a function because it's calling recursively into itself, right? Where a function is a function that calls into object, you know, object f, like literally the recursive function like this, you know, is what we have. And the order of this is swapped because technically this thing depends on this thing and this thing depends on this thing. So when I'm detecting my dependencies, I cannot put them in the proper order because they both depend on each other. At the same time, isn't it like we should have functions, right? And the functions, they can be late bound for sure. Maybe it's like when I'm transpiling a function, but I cannot, right? Because like, how do I initialize this object without initializing the function first, right? That is also not possible, right? So this function actually must be specified before, but this... Wait, yeah, the function just must be specified before. Doesn't mean that, like, okay, maybe all that means is that when I'm creating a function, then the functions should always be created early instead of late, right? Is that the case? The other alternative is to instead, don't depend on the order, but create the object being the empty object, and then later say that object f is f, like this, right? Like after I initialized both things. That would also work. Mm-hmm. How do I do that though? Like both of these is not like trivial to write here, I think. Do we have a prepend? There's prepend late. With global scope is just prepend. It's like it should be prepended to the beginning. Kast interpreter has reached 1 GB trying to parse Twitter JSON. Nice. How about I do this, actually? No, I cannot. Can I? Yeah, how about this, actually? How about this? I will do this. I will create the variable. We'll create the variable. Let's prepend scope function, which is we create the variable value name, right? We prepend value value name, but we create the empty object first here, you know. That var takes the no effect expression, right? So can we just say a no effect object shape is span is none, and this has no fields, like this. So first I am assigning the value to an empty object, and then I will also prepend right. I mean, can I not just do this? So first we create the variable, but then we initialize it later. You know? And if this value shape is let's see. Let's see. Let late. Let's see. Let two-step initialization is basically if the value is not inferred, then we say false. If it is, I mean, yeah. If it is a value tuple, then we say true, right? Otherwise, we say false, like this. So if two-step init, then I do that. Then we create this variable. As an empty object first. This over here is the actual value, right? Actual calculated value. let's see, calculate value is this. Calculate a value like that. This is calculate value. If we have a two-step initialization, if we don't have a two-step initialization, then we just calculate the value directly. Otherwise, over here, with the two-step initialization, we are going to create the empty object. Then I'm going to calculate the value. I'm going to assign this value to an... No. I'm going to say... JavaScript just failed with cannot read properties of undefined. It's out of bounds, I think. That when I had that, because we don't have bound checking on like array indexing, for example. We probably should add array and the checking there. Interpreter successful, 6 minutes, 41 seconds. Okay, not that slow, right? That's like, what, a gigabyte file? No, it's a megabyte file, not a gigabyte. Oh, okay. Still big, right? Huge. So I'm calculating the value, and I need this value to be like assigned into the variable, but I cannot just like reassign, right? We don't just say like that object is now equal to something, right? We need to initialize all of its fields. Is there some shorthand syntax to like assign all of the fields from one object to another object in JavaScript? Add all fields from one object to another. We have object assign, mutates the target, copies all enumerable own properties from one or more source to the target object. I think that's literally what we do. Spread operator is creating the new object, but we want this. Right? So we assign target source. Yes. That's literally what we do. So I want to have calculate, call, no, calculate. So I want to call calculate. And I ignore the result. I'll borrow check. So we call the function is raw object assign. Thanks for the raid. we call object assign with argument, with args. There is a single there's two arguments, right? The second argument is going to be calculate value. And the first argument is the value name, because that's where we are assigned to, right? It's bedtime for you in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So you ended early today. Yeah, and also we need to say that this is not an async call. Async is false in this case, right? So we just do object assign to the actual value from like the calculated value. Let's try to see if this works. I still used it before initialization though. I do object assign, right? Let me take a look here. Value. It is still like over there. Why is it still over there? Or is it because I'm prepending? Oh, maybe it's because I'm prepending. Prepend. Hold on. No. When I'm prepending, like I'm adding these statements, the new statements to the late. Daylight people go to bed at 10 p.m., right? I don't know what people do. I definitely don't do that. I mean, I do lately wake up in the morning, but that's just a coincidence. Yeah, I want like this object initialization to be like super early. How about that? How about that? How about that? Two-step initialization. If we are two-step initialization, then this let var should happen like super early. You know, let's call the function super early. We're going to super early let var, right? I mean, we have this thing called prepend, and then we have the thing called prepend late because I needed to do something like that, right? And now we will also have prepend early. It's almost like we need to have a priority on the prepend on the like the things. Let's see if that works. It's not super early. We call it prepend early. Is it not that early still? Wait a second. Looks code variable used before its declaration over here. Value 825. Value 825 is var 827, which is the async function. Right, no, it's like this thing itself. I did something wrong. What do I do? It's not the object. I mean, actually, why? Since I am doing this is actually weird. Because this is the value that I have captured, right? So I'm saying this. Because this is a function. Okay, it is a function. Function should be early. Okay. I guess, like, it's not a two-step, but a okay. Whether the object is created early or not, I guess, is the question here. And if we are creating a function, then it should be created early, right? Is that the case? Oh no. This is so complicated. Right, so this is like the different solution. Otherwise, I need to like somehow make sure that the order is flipped, which I cannot. Unless I figure out the dependencies somehow differently. Let's call this early, right? So if early, then I'm going to... Let's just do this. Let's just do the simple stuff then, okay? I don't do object assign. Let create value is going to be this lat var. How about this? So if I prepare, so I'm doing one of the two things. I'm either creating the value or I'm creating the value early. So over here I'm prepending early the create value, right? Or create value directly. Right, because the functions, and then over here, the early is going to be if it is a function. Or it is a generic, I guess. Native function or something like that too, maybe. Yo, Lady of Code. Hello, I missed the notification. Thanks for the raid. Hello. How are you doing? What were you doing on your stream? You was attracted by the activate the Linux message? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a little broke at the moment because I'm working on my programming language instead of making money. So I cannot afford the Linux license. It's a rough situation here, right? But money is overrated anyway, right? You're relearning 3JS? Nice. I used 3JS at some point. So, yeah, one of the things that I want to do with my programming language here is I'm going to be making games. Currently, I have this game in the corner here that you see that is written in Rust. We have a demo on Steam. Are you making games with 3JS or just some visualizations, something? I'm currently working on the MIS compilations of my transpiler. I'm transpiling my language to JavaScript so that we can work on the web and everything. Oh, look, it worked. Hold on, I fixed it. Most visualizations, but there will be a couple games. Nice. Nice. All right. So yeah, I'm just hitting the bugs in my language because I'm rewriting the language in itself slowly. We have the parser kind of done, supposedly. And I just fixed the bug. Let's test on the Advent of Code solutions that everything still works. Second streamer. Who's the first streamer? I know that there is like John Blow and Jai, who is going to release his game this year, I think. And then after that, the language also to the public, as I understand it, and the engine into the open source. That's the plan, as I understand it. Or some smaller streamers. There's a bunch of streamers who are making languages on Twitch, actually. Some of them do want to be writing games. I guess Lane is also going to be doing the... Is it Lane, maybe? Yeah, Lane. Yeah. Yeah. They are also making the thing. We have like a little bit of a different goals, though, right? They're making the simple language, and I want a powerful language, which means that they will probably finish the language before I do, even although I am already like at the self-hosting stage beginning of that. I'm cutting a lot of corners. One of the things, I'm transpiling my language to JavaScript currently, right? I could do the C transpilation, but I think that it is more work to do that, right? As much as I don't like JavaScript, JavaScript using it as a compilation target, I think, is amazing. I do plan to have the C transpiler. Here's my plan, roughly. I can show you the plan. No. Roadmap over here, right? So we have like, I already have the interpreter because I have compile time evaluation similar to Zig, if you're familiar. I'm transpiling to JavaScript, so there's already 2 targets. Then I want to transpile to C, and then eventually for the maximum performance, I want to target LLVM, or like, unless like another thing with like better performance is going to arise somehow. But right now I'm targeting instead trying to have relatively fast compilation times and like just less amount of work. Just do a less amount of work, which is JavaScript. Also, JavaScript means that I can run in the browser immediately instead of like transpiling to C, then compiling C to WebAssembly, and then like creating a bunch of glue. I feel like that will be even more work if I want the C target to work on the web. But also I have already made a game, by the way, with it. Kast game example. Look at this over here. This is written in my language in Kast. Hello, Baltic Buffalo. It's a simple game where you jump like this. So yeah, if I was going for the C transpiler, I am pretty sure that it would take a lot longer to get to that stage. So I made a game for a game jam. My Twitch bot is written in it. I have solved Advent of Code. I guess I could like do this here. Advent of Code. I'm using Advent of Code currently as my tests. Literally over here, I was testing it. That the Advent of Code solutions still work and produce the correct answers. What's the language most similar to? It's an interesting question. I don't know. Nigel, you here? What do you think the Kast is more... What is the most similar language to Kast? It's like a mix of like Rust and Zig and some functional languages, I suppose. I don't know. Do you think it's more similar to Rust than to Zig? So I am working on mostly the high-level features, even although we want to have the low-level access later. Like low-level details. So I wouldn't call it a low-level language, but a high-level language currently. But I do plan to have like with a borrow checker like in Rust. But like I said, the big thing from Zig is the compile time evaluation, which Rust does not have, and it's used all the time in Kast. Over here, right? So this is how I'm creating a type, for example, right? I'm saying that it's just a constant parse result. This is just a type, right? And this is how I create it. So I create the anonymous type basically, and then I assign it to a variable. Actually, not Rust, Python. Yeah. Well, I guess the syntax of the generics is from Python, kind of. Because everything is a value in the interpreter, including types. Well, which is why I'm saying Zig, right? In the in Python it is same, but in Python the types are like kind of not enforced, I guess, right? You haven't used Zig that much, yeah. All right, I fixed a bug. Fix a bug of circular function dependencies in yeah, it's just like circular functional dependencies. It's function and module dependencies, right? So the issue was that we have the module token, and the module token has the function print, and function print was written like this: token shape print, right? Which means that instead of this function, we want to access this module itself, and it was miscompiling. And now it should be good to go. So right now, it's going to fail. But if I update Kast, what should be the next thing that I work on? I was going to like make the LSP using the parser, so that we can format, right? Like we could implement the formatter now that we have the parser, syntax highlighter, and LSP, right? Which can syntax highlight and format. Let's take a look at Kast Mummy. Popular repository. Digital audio workstation in Lua. Rust. Is it not in your repositories? Where's the JSON? I don't remember where it was. I thought it was in your account, Nigel. Is it not? No contributions. I mean, I have it checked out. Did you delete the repository? Did you hide it? Oops. Good night, good night. Castlang. Cast JSON. Git remote v. Oh, that's a different. You have a different username here. Got it. Extensible pixel art editor, Pixeline. It's like Vim, but pixels. Macro quad. Opt-in abstraction library over macro quad. Nice. All right, cast JSON is what we were looking at. What's main? You just parse and print value to string print. Right. Bum 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 bum. Okay, sure. Let's edit as a dependency. Let's edit as a dependency. It submodule add dependencies JSON, and this is going to be Nigel's repository here. It's not JSON, it's cast JSON. Okay. So what we're going to do is, so I have my own JSON, but we also have that JSON. Let's go to main. Right, let's go to main. So what we can do is we can do, I also did not check this yet, right? Yes, okay. Boop, boop. Wait, what? It got removed and now I cannot edit back? Now I don't have the submodule. What did I do? I on accident got rid of it. Submodule add. Depth JSON. Must be absolute or begin with a dot. No, it's already like cloned then. Oh my god. Git. Git add dot. Oh wait, if I just do this, then it helps. Okay, I see. It just is not shown in the unchanged things. Warning, at an embedded Git repository. No, it's not. Oh, is git diff empty, git diff cached. Subproject commit. I'm bad with Git. Let's remove deps JSON. Please stage your changes or stash them to proceed. Alright, there you go. This is just update Kast. A Git repository is found locally with remote. A Git repository for dev.json is found locally. Force. Force. Okay. I mean, the commit is kind of the same. All right. All right, main. We have this thing. We have a parse JSON, which is done with the Kast parser. We can compare the two things, right? Like that. Parse JSON. Okay, let's go to parse JSON and we will have the method. And the method is going to be, let's see, use dependency. Or I guess we can say use Kast parser boolean. Use Kast parser. Let use Kast parser as false. If argument is use Kast parser, use Kast parser is true. So we're going to say that JSON dependency JSON, let's call it dep JSON for now, is going to be import deps JSON lib, right? Let's see, what do we have here? We have a bunch of things, and what I want is the reader. Right, we have the parse function which takes the reader, mutable reader, returns result. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Let JSON is if use cast parser, then it's just going to be JSON parse. Otherwise, it's going to be something. So this is going to be dep JSON parser something something. Dep JSON parse parser. Parser is this new, like, and it takes the string as the argument, I'm assuming. Parser is not there. Oh, it's reader. Reader. And it's not new, it's create or something, right? And it wants a reference to a string. Okay, sure. So we have the parser. We have the, we'll call it reader, right? So this returns the result, a value. I would like convert them to the same type, but they have different types. List is just array t, yeah. And then you have object of pairs of a list. I have a map there instead. Not sure which one is actually better. Maybe we don't like try to make them both the same ones yet. Let's just say that over here. JSON is this. And then we do that. And over here, we also say JSON is this. So if it is okay, JSON, we are going to write dep JSON. No, we just say JSON to string, right? That's all. Because it implements to string. Nope. Yes, because error is not position in message. Error is something. What is error? Does error implement the toString here? Error pause. Error pause does not implement toString, so that's okay. We just have it to do there. I'm just going to compare it. To string for error. I mean, I have not made like my errors reported properly either. Also, I feel like toString is too, like I'm not going to rely on toString. Have you seen my JSON output? There you go. Wait, no, this is your JSON output. Okay, you know what? Your JSON is probably much faster. 0.3 to parse this thing. Let's just do actually hyper. No, it's not hyper, it's hyperfine. Is it hyperfine? Hyperfine. Yes, it is hyperfine. Let me install this. Actually, that's useful. Boom, 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 boom. Hyperfine, self, cast, parse, JSON, tests, LSP, init JSON, right? There you go. So this is using the Nigel's implementation, and using my implementation, we say like use cast parser, right? And this is taking 1 second, right? Which is expected. Which is expected. I expected it to be a lot slower though, actually, but it's not that bad. It's just 3 times slower. Not 10 times slower, not 100 times slower. Right? I'm actually wondering if the output is the thing that is slow, or is it the parsing that is slow? Can I say over here, just don't write? And over here, just don't write? I imagine the printing of the JSON could be slower than parsing it. Yeah, I guess printing takes 150 milliseconds for my implementation. And for Nigel's, it's just 30 milliseconds, yeah. Okay. Yeah, printing is not that difficult, apparently. Right, but the difference is that I am printing the JSON in a fancy way, with colors and everything, right? Like this. When I'm printing it. And Nigel just drops it into the single line, which is actually like what we want for the LSP. I'm just saying that it's this, you know, and yeah, maybe what I could do is to have the conversions. We can do conversion pretty easily, right? Let's do that. Let's do this. We'll say const dep is import deps JSON lib. Right? So what we want is from dep is going to be dep. So we have a value which is dep value, and this returns JSON t, right? And then we will also have to dep into dep, which is value, which is JSON t into dep value. Like if we want to convert back and forth between the two representations, right? So let's do this here. Match value with. They are almost the same, but they are not like exactly the same, right? So if we have a number, then we have a number. we have string, then we have string. If we have array, then we should have array list. We need to have like a map. We need to have a map, which we could just B is array list new for X in a array list. You know what we are missing? We're missing the into iterator for the arrays. So how about we do that actually? Yeah, let's do that real quick. Array list. I have iter mut, and I want to do just into iterator, which takes this by ownership and just returns the iterable t. And for now, I can just do that, even though later it's not supposed to work. Right? Okay. This works. The implementation can change later. We push back from depth element boolean x null, right? And for the object, so this over here is the list of a pair, right? So we say for name and value in a array list, and to iter we object b, we say word map add name value. And when we do into dep, it's kind of similar, but instead of a here we create array list. Or the map into iter would be nice to have too. I guess. Is that all? What are you complaining about? That's not right. Depth value is this. From depth. Oh, over here, this should be not from depth. This should be like into depth. Right? And over here, this value should be like from depth value. And this over here should be values into depth value. What's the same here? From. This should be simple conversion. I think the only thing that's missing is the ORD map into iter, maybe. Wait, float 64 is not number? What's number? What did Nigel do here for the number? Oh, wait, number is this? Oh, no. How do I get the actual number, Nigel? Impl number is module. Nigel is lurking. I don't have like the actual value here. Right. Would be nice to have the actual value here. I mean, there is a toString, I guess. I can do toString and then parse, I suppose. For now. But how do I, like, yeah, and then you can also parse, right? Number parse. But it's parsing from the reader, so I need to create like a new reader there. Unless you implement the from string. Do you implement from string anywhere? You don't implement from string anywhere. So over here, this is going to be number parse. You're gonna try from. Yeah, something. Do I have tried from trait? I don't know. You can make them like aesthetic methods or something. Like, I don't care. I just want to have a way to convert it to a number for now. Do I have try from? I don't have it. So, yeah. Just push some code in pretty printer. How do you update the submodule? It's submodule. Can you pull? No, update is doing different thing. It's confusing. The submodules are really confusing. I rarely use them. Update the registered submodules to match the super projects expects by cloning them, fetching missing commits, and updating the working tree. It doesn't like actually pull. I think you just go into there, like you go into dependency JSON, and then you do get pull there, literally. There you go. Git submodule sync. No, sync is also doing something different. Synchronize a module's remote URL configuration setting to the value specified in the Git modules. Like, that's different. I don't know. You just go in and then you git pull. Okay, so I parse reader create using toString x, right? That's what we do. Does the parse return? It returns option. So we are going to do option unwrap or else panic. Failed to, I mean, you know what, just unwrap. And no, this is actually the opposite. This is supposed to be over here. Right? And this over here is supposed to be this is just supposed to be x is just parse to string x, right? And you take a mutable reader, and this takes a reference to a string. Word map into iter is what I want. Do we have into iter in the trip? Can my JSON parse scientific notation numbers? It can do whatever my Lexer can do, which I think I will add the scientific notation numbers later there, right? But currently I cannot, yeah. Ideally, you just like give me the value, so it doesn't like my JSON is having a little bit of a different use case, right? It's for embedding JSON in Kast without like having a different Lexer, which I don't know, like if you embed JSON, do you expect the Lexer to be the same or different? Actually, that's a good question. I mean, mostly it's the same, right? Probably, maybe like some escape codes and the strings are different, potentially. I don't really know. I do have into iter here. Wait, what happens when you read a JSON from reader? Does it make sure that the reader is at the end of file, by the way? That's another question for your parser. Or does it work so that we can read stream of multiple JSON values connected like right next to each other? Probably, right? Sometimes you want to ensure that the entire input is consumed into JSON. You can see how much was... Yeah, but like the API for doing like the full thing also should be present, I think, in the library instead of doing it manually. Right. I think even like in Rust, when you go to like sort the JSON, when you do from reader, it does not like do it as a sequence. It's an IO stream of JSON. It is expected that the input stream ends after the deserialized object, right? So like Rust sets the if you want to deserialize from a prefix of the input stream without locking, like there is a dedicated API from the you create the deserializer yourself and then you like read the next JSON or something, right? Something. Just might be confusing a little bit that the from reader does not check for end of file. Just saying, we have a lot of like weird APIs which we should fix probably to be consistent and everything. Result JSON parse error is not float 64 over here. Oh, because parse, right? Because parse is being used, but that's not the parse, right? This is std string parse. Which means that toString probably should also be like string to string, so that it's not conflicting. No cast impl found. Value. I think value to string is not found. Wait, what? Did you remove the to string? You did remove it. Okay. How am I supposed to do it now? Is it a function? You only you only have a pretty printer now without the to string. Pretty printer and then convert it to string, huh? I'm not sure if that's how it should. I mean, that's a little bit weird, but okay. I don't know about this API. You create the pretty printer and then convert it to string. Look at main, yeah. Value pretty printer to string. Yeah. Yeah, and or you go directly to string, right? Without going through pretty printer. is the idea. Sure. Dab JSON value pretty. You're adding value impl back. Well, I mean, yeah, but the pretty printers will still be the same, right? Like this. We'll just have both of them. No implementation of value as module. In the flat impl. I don't care. I don't care. No, I just want to have both the pretty and the non-pretty printer of the JSON, right? Technically over here, I'm trying to pretty print. In fact, I have just made the conversions. I'm not even going to use your stuff because I'm going to just say that JSON is, because we can like use Kast parser optionally, right? So I'm going to say JSON parse, and then I'm going to say JSON to dap, JSON, yeah, and then I'm just saying JSON like this, right? Using the result map. Wait, do we have the result? Do we have map? Yeah, we have map in the result, right? Let's say parse JSON result map. No, it's the different one. Okay, it's a different one. So we want std result unwrap or else. Doesn't wrap or else take the error, by the way? Do you have unwrap or else here? Yes. Unwrap or else, and this is going to be like error into error happened. Do, 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 do. And otherwise we create the reader, we parse it, and then we unwrap or error, and then we also say JSON from dap JSON. And just say JSON print JSON. Because my output is colorful and your pretty printer is still not going to have the colors, right? Probably, and I don't know if it should. Just no self-cast parse, right? There we go. So now I'm parsing using your parser, but printing using my printer, right? Like this. Okay, and this is like fast now, right? I mean, it's like printing is still slower with my printer, but that's okay, right? That is okay. But you added something. Let me see. CD debs JSON and git pull. What did you add? Do we have numbers so that I can have the floating point there? Or did you not add that yet? The value is still not stored directly. No numbers? Okay. Just added back the value? Okay. So like just so that you know, if I don't print it, if we just measure the parsing, if you missed that part, if I don't, and I guess I don't convert either in this case, right? The performance. My parser is like 3 times slower than your parser. But maybe like it's better to do it on like the bigger input still. Maybe like the JIT needs to like wake up a little bit in the beginning. So it's like too fast, right? So you are parsing for me in 290 milliseconds. And if I use the Kast parser, that is 900, right? So literally 3 times slower. We should try the more, like, I could just download this, right? Twitter JSON. What is it? Data? Twitter JSON. Download. Let's create a folder called JSON. JSON tests. And this is going to be here, right? Twitter JSON. LSP init, test JSON, all of those things I'm going to move also. Tests. Let's not use Kast parser. JSON Twitter. Command terminated with Xcode 1. Huh? Does this not work? Oh, cannot reach properties of undefined reading data. Okay, of course. Oh, you said that it doesn't work yet, right? On JavaScript, you said? Let's see why is this being miscompiled. So you have like you have get data and then you have like expecting comma. So something this reference. Oh, this is just the context. Oh, context. Data. There is something with the contexts. Current error? Is that the one? Is that the context? Context trace error? Something with toString. Is there other context that you have? No, this is the only context that you do, right? No. I'm pretty sure this is with the context because we'll look at the thing. At the output. If you look at the output, right? So you have the You are accessing the field expecting comma somewhere. If we matched, then we get expected comma. You don't have expected comma here anywhere. Expecting comma. Right. Expected comma. Oh, this is the context. Okay. It's just a different context, which is not used as context. I see. Yeah, it's unrelated to the cast context. Got it. It's this thing. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's this thing. Yeah. This looks like the code that I was looking at in the transpiled output. So yeah, you have last mut. It returned some. And we did get, and we did match array here. But the expecting comma is none. No, not expecting comma. This data is none. Here's what you can do, right? We can just do this. We can just dbg print last context, because this is printing the debug representation, which is native to the target. So I will see the JavaScript representation of this. Right? So this is date. Yeah, the data is a reference. Last context is some context. I want to print the context and what's behind the reference there, right? By the way, I think that... I don't know if you used it that much. I think similarly to dereferencing, the reference operator should be postfix. I'm thinking of changing this everywhere. All right, hold on. We have a symbol array. Data 0 is this. Expecting comma is false. Okay. Is this a miscompilation? Yeah, this looks correct. This looks correct. So in this line, this reference get returned the... yeah, I'm reading data. So like this thing over here returns null, right? What is ref? Ref is the context, which is the context data, right? Which is a reference, which we need to get behind the reference. Behind the reference, then we have the data, which is associated data with the variant, and that thing has expecting comma. By the way, this means that we are doing this inside of the setter. Oh, wait. Maybe, like, it's because you have modified the data? What other code do you have here? What other code do you have here? Do you use the context? Yeah, like wait, no. This is if the match matched. This is if the match matched. So this is just me like getting the values for the pattern matching, like this thing, right? This is a ref mat expecting comma. Wait, no. But the fact that I'm breaking in this means that the problem happens when I'm assigning to this variable expecting comma. So over here, when I'm assigning to it, right? dbg print context. I think. Hello, Nerdcell. Good morning. No, wait, no, it's get. Oh, wait. But yeah, but like the problem is happening in this line, which is in the set of the expecting comma, which means that it happens here. Yeah, we do this reference set to the temp. This reference is expecting comma. Did I not build? And this temp is true. Yeah, when I'm assigning it to true. Wait, where are you assigning it to true? Am I blind? Oh, there is like an if branch inside of this match, like over here. I see. So this over here is failing. This over here is failing. Let's do dbg print context. Maybe you just have unsound code or something? The context is undefined, right? But it is not undefined over here because you have mutated it. This is probably code which should not be borrow checked or something here. Right? It was the thing and then you mutated it. Something somehow. Context is a reference to the thing inside the last context. Right? Right. So if you mutate the last if you mutate the contexts here, which is what you do, then the old reference is supposed to be invalidated. The rust, if we have the borrow checker, this will be declined. It's because in the interpreter, the representations of the lists is different, right? So in JavaScript, we have something like this, right? We create the object, we create the list, like 1, 2, 3, right? And then if we have the reference to element number 1, then this is basically a function that returns array 1, right? Which means that you know, if you mutate this, then you then the reference is now pointing. Are you like getting rid of? Yeah, you pop back. This is probably what happens, right? You pop back here. So like this reference is no longer correct, right? In the interpreter, instead of doing this, I'm basically like, and the reason why interpreter is slow is because every object here is like an object which has like value, you know? Value is 1, value 2, and value 3 like this. And instead of creating the references like this, we literally just say a1. This is already the reference, but in order to get the value, we just say like ref1.value, which means that we have the reference to the original object here, right? This is just different things. I don't think I should do this in JavaScript because this is just having performance implications, of course, right? Which is why I'm doing it with closures instead. And it would not end like, and then later when we do the native targets, it should also not work, right? Because the reference would be just like the pointer, basically. Right? It's basically undefined behavior, which is backend specific, right? No. In the interpreter, you literally just have the objects like this. So we have the OCaml dynamic array, which stores places, and places contain values inside of them. But like instead of storing the value directly, we store it inside of a place, right? So this object is like a place. So which is double interaction, which is why it is slower, the interpreter. Can you fix it yourself? You can probably just move it out of here, you know. And that's like, I mean, moving out is also supposed to like later be like, you probably need to like pop back here and then like do something. Ideally. Yeah. Okay, so this, what does this mean for us? It means that we need to work on the borrow checker for these subtle bugs to like not be happening. Yes. Oh no. I don't want to work on the borrow checker. Well, I mean, at least this is not literally undefined behavior. Imagine if we had the C transpiler instead of this JavaScript like behavior where we just have undefined instead. Right? At least this behavior is kind of defined. So when I do transpiler to C, I would have to like do something. So it's like safe for debugging purposes. Someone suggested there's like this C compiler for safety. What was it called? C, but safe. You literally wrote imaginary borrow checker comments in your code, drop context here and still failed. Yeah. Do you remember the C compiler that is safe? Anyway. Let's wait for Nigel to fix this and then we'll have that. Okay, so what do we work on next? What do we work on next? I don't want to work on borrow checker. There's no way. Like, I mean, borrow checker will also mean that I have like the lifetimes and stuff, which means that we need to have subtyping and stuff. This is so much work. No, I'm not going to do that. Compsert. I think it's not compsert. Compsert is like... mean, that's maybe like another thing that does that. Yeah, you have like this safety list pop, won't panic because context is not empty. Right. But you're holding the reference to the thing that you're popping. I mean, one of the things that we could make, like we could make the runtime borrow checker, right? Instead of having the compile time borrow checker, which would mean something like this: when we get the reference to the object, to the list, for example, here, right? I need to basically lock the list, say that it is already borrowed right now, which means that I need to drop the borrows, which means that we need a RAI implemented. We need to have the drop, which I don't have currently. And if I had that, then we could have the runtime borrow checker at least, right? Which would help with detecting these bugs. There's two things that are like missing big in the language, actually. Another one is copy semantics, which is not implemented. Copy semantics is not implemented. I am surprised that I don't have like the issues. I had like one issue with the fact that everything is just moved basically, or rather everything shared by reference, even though it shouldn't. Implementing copy trait would be really nice. Can I do that really quick? Because I feel like all that I need to do is to have like this special magic trait. Like the only issue is that I cannot do the implementation of the traits right now for the generic types. So the question is, how would I do that? I have the like there's a possibility of creating the copy types differently than implementing the copy trait like you do in Rust. Like what we could have, I think, is I could just mark the types as copy. Like when I say new type, I don't implement trait, I literally just say that this is a copy type. Like this. You know? But I mean, like, for example, a result, this type, right, is copy only if T is copy and error is copy, only then this type is copy. Right? But it doesn't really like matter, kind of, if something is considered is copy, even although it should not be. Right? It's the other like part of it which it gives trouble, where I think that the type is copy, but it's actually a move type. So I'm using like the moved out of value, which is technically like undefined behavior, basically, which is supposed to be prevented by the borrow checker. But if I treat the types that are not copy as copy, this doesn't actually do anything bad other than having a little bit of the performance implications in the specifically JavaScript backend, right? Because copy, like in the native target, like C, it's going to be mem copy anyway, right? Which is literally the same as the moving. They're supposed to have the same performance characteristics, but it's not in JavaScript. The only issue. Maybe I could do something like that. Done. Seven seconds with your PC. All right, let's see whose PC is faster. Probably yours. No, it's 4.3 seconds. Well, I mean, unless you also counting the printing, right? Because I have removed the printing currently. It's just the parsing. Takes 4, 6, 7 something. If I add printing, I'll probably like be printing for a long time. This is a big file, right? Let's see what's going to happen here. I haven't even looked into inside of this file. It's only 1.5 seconds to print. Yeah. Still faster for me, I guess, right? Yeah. Yeah, that actually did not take that long to print. Is this correct? Hold on. Description, furniture. I don't want them to be printed like this, the strings. Why is it not escaped? I thought I should be escaping the strings here. I'm not escaping the new lines, maybe? No, /n should be the new line. That's incorrect. Wait, what's incorrect? Oh, it's incorrectly parsed? You are not parsing it correctly? The string has some Japanese characters in the original JSON. All right, let's okay, fine. Let's take a look at my then, because I maybe you don't handle the Unicodes properly. Use Kast parser. I cannot finish parsing. Line 1038. I think maybe it's like the... yeah, wait, what? Yeah, it's like the negative here. I don't do that currently. Do they use the scientific notation too here? Hopefully not. You're using string to string for string literals to print them? I'm not using your printer though. You can add a log to check. Well, can you check that it's correctly with Japanese characters for you? Let me instead support the negative numbers for my own parser, right over here. we'll have the negative. We'll have the negative, which is just going to be negative number, and in JSON, right, I say that if rule name is negative, then let value is parse that value is from AST inner, and then I say that match value with number x, then we return number negative x. This, you are printing the Japanese characters correctly. There's a problem in my code, of course. Otherwise, expected a number to be negated. There is no implementation of string as to string. JSON cannot be empty on line 29. Or URLs is empty list. Wait, I cannot parse the empty list. Let's do test here. Empty list, like this. I should not have compiled from again. Yeah, JSON cannot be empty. I mean, that makes sense. It is in the JSON, right? It's because JSON cannot be empty. This is the thing from AST. It's because when I'm getting the list, Yeah, right. I'm trying to iterate over the list of these things. Maybe AST iter list. This is in the over here, right? I should, if it's empty, I should not even consume it, right? Yeah. When is this code run, by the way? Which code? I'm right now testing it without your code. Alright, this works. Empty list works. Twitter. Processing. What your parser parses. It happens after I parse. Yeah, see over here, I have parsed all of the things. Have I parsed it correctly though? Where am I supposed to have the... Is this the location? This is supposed to be the... Try it on this first. Yeah, we can just try the simple string, right? Here. UTF-8. Oh, wait. Is it the VS Code that's not printing it for me properly? I don't have this. Do I not have it for the font? It's rendered in my Twitch chat, but not here. It's because of the font, right? What if I open terminal? Then I see it. Right? So I can just do cd projects, Kastlang, self-host, and then we do the self-cast parse. And I will see all of the characters then. Why does VS Code? Like, I'm using the same font in my terminal, by the way. It just, like, this one is, like, falling back to the other. It seems like this, they're also, like, really pixelated. Yeah, see? Yeah, there are some characters there. For sure. Some Japanese stuff. Right? That works. Do you see that this is, like, really pixelated? It's like using a different font. So VS Code is not falling back. To a different font. Can I fix this? VS Code doesn't render Japanese. I need to install Japanese fonts. Noto-sans JP. Like this only is this only one font family here? And the JSON it could be multiple ones maybe. All right. Anyway, we consider that this is working properly. Then. And if I parse Twitter using Nigel's parser, then this also seems correct. All right, nice. JSON from dependence. I mean, let's just say alter like proper JSON library, JSON parsing. Library import. Okay, we commit all of this. All right, next. What is next? Okay, so we have JSONs. I think like the tests. Actually, you know what? The tests are not going to work. Right, I want just test. And this is parsing JSON. Tests. JSON. Star JSON. Now that's what I want. Right? Although this doesn't work because it is an unexpected arc, how about I also make it so that we can actually parse multiple JSON files and then we'll just print them all. Parse JSON paths array list. I don't have starts with, and I don't have ends with. That's okay. I was thinking of checking the extension, but maybe we shouldn't. Whatever. Parse JSON paths. Right? Yeah. For path in paths into iter. We just print every file on its own line. What was the time, by the way? To parse and print. 12 seconds. That's for all of them. That's because I'm constructing the JSON parser from scratch, I think, currently. Oh, wait, no, I'm not, because, like, that's using the Nigel's parser, yeah. Why is it 12 seconds? If we just do it with the Twitter. I thought that was quick. Nine seconds. 10 seconds. Yeah. I'm going to parse JSON like this, and I'm going to parse JSON, use Kast parser also. Which is supposed to be the same output. Alright. Kast parse JSON, multiple paths. Alright. Do we keep stalling, or do we start working on something cool? Like the LSP. I don't think so. I think we should... Maybe I should look into the copy types. Why is it so slow? I mean, that's relatively fast. It's parsing... I mean, it's relatively fast, I guess, right? It would be parsing like 1 second, or... I'm actually wondering. What if I do JQ, right? What if I do JQ? Tests. JSON. Twitter JSON. It's like 1 megabyte, I think. No, yeah, this is definitely much faster. Yeah. What if we do JSON parse though? I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah. Well, it's because I mean, is there any like JSON parser implemented in JavaScript native? I mean, no, hold on. I know exactly. I know how to make it faster. There's multiple optimizations that I'm not doing in my language, which means that everything is async, which has a lot of overhead currently. So what I can do is I can... The issue is that I cannot read a file, though, then, because reading a file is an async operation. Here, unless I use the sync API, which I guess I could, and then I could test. Or I could fix the, like the issue is that we have a lot of promises for every basic operation. And getting rid of that is not that easy. But I'm just wondering what's the performance going to be if I get rid of that. You know what? How do you do that? How do you do that? Can you say node? How do you read? Do you require node? JavaScripts are optimized? No, they are not that optimized. This is not that as common as I am doing it. It's literally like everything is async. Even like the single adding two numbers operations is async. And it's creating a promise. It's optimized, but it's not optimized like for that use case, you know? I have had that like kind of working previously, but then it like broke or something. No, sync functions. Well, I mean, sync functions can call async functions, but they are going to create the promise object, which is like not going to be awaited. You can call the async function, but you cannot await it in a sync code. Right? So the basically the semantics of my language is basically the same as in Go language where everything is async, but they have a different runtime than the JavaScript runtime, which handles everything async situation pretty well compared to JavaScript. Because in JavaScript, every async call is creating the promise object, which is what having the overhead, I guess, and also like the microtask queue and stuff, instead of having the proper like stackful coroutines as in Go. Node.js read file sync. Is it just node fs? It's just require fs, right? Require fs read file sync flake nix, right? This gives me a buffer though, I guess. Yeah, and then I can give it UTF-8, right? There you go. Okay, so that's what we can do. I can just do it directly here, right? Instead of using stdfs read file, which is like calling this async function, I can instead say that JSON is native require fs read file sync path UTF-8, right? I can do that. Is there any obvious place to emit async? I'm emitting it everywhere. But I do have the option to toggle it off. Oh, it's in the just build. Yeah. We have like this arguments. So let's comment out async always. Let's make this async never instead. I'm not sure if everything will work, but let's try. If reading the file is the only async operation here, then it should work. Ambiguous module syntax. Cannot determine the intended module format because both require and top-level await are present if the code is intended for CommonJS wrap await in an async function. If the code is intended to be an ES module, replace require with import. Wait, can you not have like the... Oh no. I want it to be like top level though. How do I do this? FS. And then I say over here somewhere that FS is native. Do I import FS then? Like, I need to import at the top level, right? Where I can do the async operations, I think, right? Unexpected string. Why is it unexpected? Does this have to be the double quotes? Or is it because it's inside of the parentheses? Why does it not work? Is it because of its inside of the parentheses? Oh, you need to like actually import. As fs? Is that what you do? I don't remember. Import star as fs from fs. Is that the syntax? Wait, what? Now it doesn't even tell me what's wrong. It just exits with like code. No default subcommand, right? I'm just doing parse JSON. Why are the variable numbers so huge? It's the IDs, and I use the IDs for like all of the different things. And there's a lot of different things. Because this is generated after all of the dependencies have been compiled, and like there's a lot of things happening in the compiler currently. I guess this number being big explains why it's like relatively slowly compiling currently. Wait, now it works. Wait, why did it say this? 3 million seems like a lot. I don't know, is it? Why is it not a lot? It doesn't mean that I have 3 million variables. It's 3 million operations that I did, which require IDs. I think 3 million operations is not a lot. It depends. Like, I don't use IDs only for variable names. For a lot of things, they are being used. I mean, maybe it's still a lot, I don't know. It doesn't, like, what is this? Parse JSON. Why am I even trying to do that? Why am I even trying to get there? I think, like, it doesn't compile properly here. Is the issue. Yeah, I think it doesn't compile properly because the iteration is probably also defined as the async currently. It's not only file system read file. Yeah, it's iterating over a string and iterating over the iterating over the string is async, which is like the reason this is async is because this function can be async. So here's the difficulty with asyncness, right? Is that the problem comes when you have the higher order functions, which means that you basically need to have two different functions if you want to optimize this, right? You want the synchronous iteration and asynchronous iteration because the consumer is either async or async function, right? So the iteration is async if the consumer is async, and iteration if sync is sync if the consumer is sync. This is something that you cannot even like describe in TypeScript, I think. Maybe you can somehow. But like you would not be able to use the await syntax if in the optionally async code, right? But let me see here. Type let's ask ChatGPT. If I want my I want to have a function in JavaScript which is optionally async only if argument is an async function. That's the kind of thing people use effect variables for. Yeah, exactly, but it's not present in the JavaScript, right? I am planning to have the effect system. Exactly. Yes. In an async function and await conditionally to. If you pass a sync callback, it runs synchronously and returns a value. If it passes an async callback, it returns a promise and awaits internally, right? So what is this? You have maybe async function arguments. So you call function arguments and then you resolve. When you monomorphize the higher order functions, you know whether it needs to be async though. Yes, but what if I don't monomorphize? Right, which is what I'm not doing for compilation time concerns. I'm not doing any monomorphization currently. I'm keeping my generic code generic. We instead do the existentialization basically, where the type information is present at runtime actually. Maybe effect TS has this and also implements for primitives like loops. Maybe. Let me see what's here, right? So we have maybe async, we have like promise resolve, a result, which resolves it like wait, what? Return promise resolve result. That sounds incorrect. Or what is promise resolve? Hold on, promise resolve. Static method resolves a given value to a promise. If the value is a promise, that promise is returned. If the value is a thenable, then promise resolve will call then. What if the yeah, resolve 1 to 3? Right, like, isn't this just creating the async object, which it's creating the promise object, which is also going to have the overhead, right? There's some way to ask if something is an async function. No, there is not. But you can call the function and say and check if it's a promise, if it's the instance of the promise. But the issue is though that like it's not that easy to compile code. Like it is possible to compile the code into basically two versions which are being selected at runtime. If this function returns a promise, then I need to do like this. You see how this says result then x into x, right? But what if I need to do something else after this function returns inside of it, right? So normally you use the async await syntax, which basically converts your function into like the state machine, or like it basically creates these callbacks, which are called continuations, like for you. Otherwise, if I do this, I need to rewrite my program into the continuation passing style. And then, yeah, so like, yeah, so that's what we need to do, right? We need to basically compile every function into two versions, the continuation passing and the regular function, instead of relying on the async await syntax, which is what I'm currently doing. And then as an optimization, we could use the regular version and not the continuation passing style version if we never need to, if none of the functions returns a promise, basically. No, you cannot use the wait. No. Continuation passing is like basically the old way of writing JavaScript, where you have like the closures, which is what is going to happen after this resolves, after this promise resolves, right? So you see how this over here doesn't have the await. Why cannot the higher order functions be async? They can, and that's exactly what I'm doing, which is also, like, the issue with that is that it has performance overhead. Pretty big one. So in order to properly test this, I need to like change my runtime here. I mean, sure, let's change the runtime real quick, right? Over here, I'm just going to remove this async, and I'm going to remove this await, and I'm going to remove this async, and I'm going to remove this await, right? And I think that's all. And then I use the this command. So I want to cast compile. I also disable the JavaScript reference variables because they're also miscompiling. Async never. We use symbols instead of numbers, also added in more overhead. This is in other optimizations that I'm doing. This just helps with the readability of the debug output though. JavaScript target output. Yeah, I'm trying to parse here the projects Kast length self-host source main. I think this will work. No, it doesn't because like I still did not fix this. Wait, what's the correct syntax here? I mean, I can await, or if I do the double quote, it's still not correct, right? Require fs. Require fs, then it cannot determine the intended module format because both require and top level await are present. Wrap await in the async function. This is annoying. I mean, I just don't understand what it means. Okay, there we go. I just need to get rid of these parentheses because JavaScript doesn't like it. Okay. So we do node target, and then we do like parse JSON. Read file sync is not a function. Wait, what is it then? What do you mean it's not a function? What is it then? Console log fs read file sync. It's undefined. Why is it undefined? Is it because why is it undefined? Hello? This is just that. Oh, it's different, of course. It's the syntax. I like. Why is it even like allowed then? If this is not the correct syntax, I mean, star as this. From this. The import is a promise into await import. Okay, there we go. So this parsed the stuff successfully. Now let's see hyperfine. So this is the sync version of the code, right? And this works in 1 second instead of 10 seconds. which is still slow, right? So I still have like other things that could be improved. There's a lot of things to improve, right? I can also try to like only parse the JSON and not print it, because maybe printing has a lot of overhead. Dun, 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 dun. I can try the JSRef vars true as an optimization. See, like this was improving my performance for sure. If it's not going to be miscompiled here, which I doubt. This is annoying. Can I reload this file? Okay, yeah. Yeah, without the output, it's just 600 milliseconds, which is twice as fast. If I do JSRef vars true, which is an optimization. And also, let's also like use numbers instead of symbols, because this also is an optimization. I don't think I should like worry much about my JavaScript performance. When we transpile to C, this is where we should worry about these things. Like if this is fast enough for me, even though it's like 10 times slower than the like proper code, it's okay. Kind of sucks like if I do that for the self-hosted compiler though, because it's compiling slower than. Why did I start with JavaScript backend? Because it's easier to implement. There's so much less work that is needed to do this compared to the proper backend, compared to C transpiler. So it's less work. It allows me to work in the browser immediately. So I have I have made already some games that are playable in the browser because I did that. I mean, even when I transpile to C, I want the things to be async. So I will want to do something there too. Because like if I create if I do the continuation passing style in C, this will also have a lot of overhead. So like unless we create the runtime similar to what Go has somehow. What's easier to do in JavaScript? Doesn't C give you more control? In C, you need to like write 100 times more code to achieve the same amount of things. It gives you more low-level control. Yes, which requires a lot of more work. It's more control, like, but it also is a lot more work to use that to implement something basic. Like you can do assembly, which is also like It's basically like C versus JavaScript, the same as assembly versus C, basically. I don't know, actually. C is pretty close to assembly. So... yeah. Like, C doesn't have closures, for example, and JavaScript does them, right? So if you want to compile your code, which uses closures, lambdas, you have to do some conversion of your program so that it works, which is the work that I'm talking about, right? It's more work, but you will be able to control exactly how your closures are stored in memory and everything, yes. All right, I'm going to undo this. I'm going to ignore these performance issues. Like, they are not hitting me that hard yet. It's okay. I don't care about that. The only question is, like, when I move on, and I, like, right now I have the parser, which is self-hosted. When I will have the interpreter that is self-hosted and the compiler that is self-hosted, like, can I get to that point? Although right now the language is like written in OCaml, so right, which is like relatively fast. And OCaml has the same like async model, by the way, as Golang. So, which is why I was also considering transpiling to OCaml instead, but I tried that earlier, and it is kind of meh. I don't like OCaml. It's a pain. Type inference failures? It's not the failures. They are... hold on. Going to get rid of this. It's not the failures, it's something that is not inferred. So when I'm compiling, I'm expecting the things to be inferred, but it's not inferred yet. I need to figure out what these are. Right? But basically, you can have the not inferred things. Like, you can have x, which is a variable, which is like underscore. This is literally... what is this? What is this trash? Is it the RL wrap? Let's not do RL wrap. Have I considered compiling to C minus minus? No. It refers to two distinct specialized C-like protocol assembly language designed as high-level compiler backend. I have not seen this actually, no. Where's the link? Suppose you're writing a compiler. How will you get quality machine code? You might write your own code generator, and that's a lot of work. You might use somebody else's, perhaps this, or GCC backend. But for each of those, embedded system has a rich, complex, and ill-documented interface. And furthermore, to use ML risk, you must write your front end in ML, or to use GCC, you must write it in C, and so on. You might generate C if you can live without multiple results in registers, proper tail calls, computed go-tos, accurate garbage collection, and efficient exceptions. Wait, are you saying that you cannot have efficient exceptions in C? Or that you cannot have a garbage collection library in C? So like C has a garbage collector, efficient exceptions. What about the async? What about async? There is also. Oh, by the way, they did async in Zig, right? Did they not? Async await is finally back in Zig. Did you guys try that? I guess I could like transpile to Go maybe. Also, is another option. Then I could also use like the garbage collector instead of implementing the memory management. Provides a runtime interface so you can implement garbage collection and exception handling using the techniques that are best suited for your language. Implementing it by sync. Call in C. JavaScript to C automatic translator. For an overview of the design, consult the papers, PDFs, specification, and downloads. I think support doesn't have much to do with the features typically meant by any extra code to handle. It could be written in any intermediate presentation. Well, I mean, it's a feature of the runtime, right? If it's not present in this runtime, then I have to implement it myself. I mean, ideally, we allow custom async runtimes just like Rust does, but like I'm not going there immediately, I think. C isn't a runtime, it's an IR. I mean, they talk about the garbage collection, or am I supposed to like implement my own garbage collection? Like, where is the documentation? Why is this website so weird? We need the PDF specification. Yeah, see, there's like the runtime model. Activation stacks and continuations. Okay, I see the word continuations, which means that it's promising, actually. C has parameterized procedures. What does this mean? Generics? With declared local variables, a procedure body consists of a sequence of statements which include multiple assignments, conditionals, go-tos, calls, and jumps. All memory access is explicit. For example, the statement loads a 32-bit word. Blah 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 blah. Ordinary recursion. Sure. tail recursion, jump, sp2 help. sp2 jump, sp2 help. So jump is the explicit tail recursive operation, sure. I like that. I actually like that, yes. That's good. Loops. You have a loop. Why is this not using a curly brackets like everything else, but like instead this like Python? I was using a camel if I remember correctly, so you can see what they did. C minus minus is used in a camel. Fundamentals. C++ combines features of assembly languages and compiler intermediate codes to provide context for the detailed description of the rest of the manual. This section introduces the major concepts. We have classification of errors. Although C compilers detect some compile time errors and the C++ runtime system detects some checked runtime errors, C++ is by design an unsafe language with many unchecked runtime errors. It's an assembler. Compile time error or checked runtime error is one of the C++ implementations guaranteed to detect. And unchecked is basically undefined behavior, right? C procedures. All code is part of some procedure, which is defined at the top level. Okay, so you don't have closures, which is okay, I suppose, right? No support for var args. C procedure may include labels and computed go-tos. Computed go-tos. Does it mean that you have a go-to as like argument? For control flow across procedural boundaries, the analogues of go-to and label are cut to and continuation. As in assembly languages, a label is visible throughout the compilation unit in which it appears. So for example, a frontend can build a jump table. A continuation is visible only in the procedure in which it appears. The primary purpose of the procedure is to be executed, but a C procedure is also a form of initialized data. This fact is important if, for example, a front end wants to define initialized data. Tin, 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 tin. Well, I mean, the continuation is just visible globally, right? So we like create a label and we just go to there. What is cut to versus continuation? In this example, they say jump, not cut to and not continuation, right? Give me examples. On the front end, C procedures appear to run on the stack. The front runtime user system can use the runtime interface to inspect and modify one stack and one activation record at a time. The front end runtime can cause control to resume at a different activation or different continuation within an activation. What's activation record? To enable C compiler to optimize the program without introducing errors, the front end must annotate the source codes with information about how the runtime system may change control flow. So this is basically the annotation. How can we change the control flow? Is the function async or not, basically, right? Front end may also annotate the source code with information about how the runtime system may change the values of variables. For example, if a variable is not changed by the runtime system, it may be marked invariant. Data sections. Label declaration consists of name followed by a colon. It associates. Oh, wait. That's what we were having here, right? In the loop. So this is a label, and then you just go to loop, right? That's how you loop. Makes sense. Makes sense. So what happens if you go to a label in a different functions? What happens to these variables? Like they just live on the stack and your stack keeps growing? Or something? Allocating space on the stack. To handle high-level value that cannot be conveniently fit in a register, like a record, C can allocate an area in the procedure's activation record. Okay, you have activation record. The syntax is the same for an initialized data. You set the labels are this. So you have a function. Oh, so like you have the stack data. Otherwise, are the arguments stored in registers then? Hmm? I mean, it depends on the calling conventions here. When a procedure is called, a new activation for that procedure is created. The activation holds the values of the procedure's parameters and local registers, right? So, like, basically, you don't, like, create values on the stack, but in a special object called activation, which is a combination of the things of, like, multiple registers, right? And, like, maybe something else. Potentially also the part of the activation lives on the stack, I suppose. An activation dies when its procedure returns or jumps to another procedure. When a younger activation cuts past it to an older activation on the same stack, or when the front-end runtime system cuts or unwinds the stack past the activation. So you have like the runtime system which unwinds the stack, right? That makes sense. Maybe. This seems interesting. I need to like read more about it, I guess. But how does the runtime detect if I am... value lives as long as the activation. Local value cannot be shared between different activations of the same procedure, right? What does this mean? When a younger activation cuts past it to an older activation on the same stack, what does this mean? A younger activation is one which is like higher in the stack? I mean, hold on. Like, I need to understand like the model, right? Target directive. What exactly? I don't want to read the entire spec. Can I like... see the evaluation model or something? The runtime model, this thing, right? So we run on the stack. The runtime system can use the runtime interface to inspect and modify the stack. Modify one stack. What do you mean one stack? Is there multiple stacks? And one activation record at a time. Okay, so like at any current point in time, we have access to a single stack and a single activation record, which is like the current so activation record is the current function in which we're in, I suppose, right? And stack is like the stack of the function calls, basically, right? So we can like move to a different stack, which is what we need to like do the like the async runtime, right? The front end runtime can cause a control to resume to a different activation or different continuation within an activation. Resume at a different activation. Or different continuation within an activation. Do they specify what this is? What is a continuation? It can also inspect and modify the values of local and global registers as well as memory. They enable a compiler to optimize the program without producing errors. Must annotate how we can change this. Data reserves memory and may also define its initial contents. Okay. Alignment. Span, target. Okay, stack on the spec, 4 in call. To use a foreign language calling convention for procedure. It's this. The calling convention that every implementation is required to support are C++, C, and paranoid C, which is like standard C calling convention, except that the paranoid C function does not restore callie saved registers. It would be dangerous to define C++ with this convention because such a function would not be safely callable from C. Right. Every implementation must advertise. Wait, so C++ is like the is the specification, like, right? The intermediate representation, and is there, and then there is like a compiler of this, and we can also write our own backend, supposedly, right? Easily. So is this the alternative to LLVM, literally? Is there like a binary form where like you don't store this as text? Switch, control labels, and go to. Okay, go to is used to change control flow within a procedure. Okay, so that makes sense, right? I cannot just go to go to a different procedure. We use like the jumps and things like that, right? There's jump and like cut. I'm wondering what the cut means. Continuations and cut to. Okay, a continuation is okay. It's interesting that like they define the continuation like 10 pages, 20 pages after they use this word. But okay, a continuation is a bit like a control label, except that it enables control flow between procedures, not just within a single procedure. Like a label definition, a continuation statement marks a point of control introducing a name that has a C ---- value. But unlike a control label, a continuation encapsulates a particular activation procedure as well as a point in the source code. Also, a continuation can take parameters. The name of the continuation denotes a value of the native pointer type. The name is visible only inside the procedure in which it appears. This value, which encapsulates a stack pointer and program counter, is different for every activation of the procedure in which the continuation appears. Is it not globally unique? This value, which is the pointer, isn't this like the pointer to the code? Like similarly to the like, or is it an optimization? I heard that in C++, where like you have the coroutines, it is stored as like the index into the state machine instead of just the pointer directly. Is this like something similar here? The value is first class, that is, it can be passed around and stored in data structures, but it has a limited lifetime. It dies when the partition activation dies. Yeah, I think this is what we want, right? This is for allowing to like create the continuations and yeah. So like the procedure in which the continuation appears is basically the effect handler, right? Yeah. And so the continuations, they have names and then they have arguments. And then you cut to what is this? Flow. Also cuts, unwinds, returns to name, comma, also aborts or never returns. The cut2 statement changes control flow to a previously captured continuation value expression. And this is the arguments to the continuation. Right? Okay, cut2 is for the continuations. Got it? The continuation being cut to is typically fetched from a data structure or register. Sure. A cut2 statement is the only way to pass control to a continuation. It is a checked compile time error for control to fall through a continuation statement, or for a continuation to be on the target's list of a go-to. Makes sense, I guess. They should be like different time. Yeah, like. Okay, and what is the continuation statement? The continuation statement is here. Yeah. A continuation can receive values that are passed from cat2 to receive values. A continuation statement lists local variables into which the values should be placed, right? So local variables like is the part of the activation of the function. And so when you continue to this, you store these arguments in the specific local variables, which are going to be stored in like registers. Am I correct that the activation is basically a combination of registers and a little bit of the stack space? Right? So it's an abstraction over those things. Where in C you always put the values on the stack? Or no? I mean, the C calling convention, I don't know what it is actually. It like depends. Right? The values passed from cat2 are stored in these variables. It is an unchecked runtime error when the number, types, and kinds of values passed by cat2 do not match the number, types, and kinds of the formal parameters, right? So it is not type checked. I'm wondering why they do not type check. I thought, like, what's the problem here with checking this at compile time? That the type... There is, like, types and kinds, by the way, which is something. Not sure what the distinction is here. Continuation's value is... Kind is Haskell length? Like, is this, like, about the type of a type? I don't think so, right? A continuation's value is of the native pointer type. It's a checked compile time error to cat to a value.
Hello, Orthano.
Not of the native pointer type. Hello, Athano. It's an unchecked runtime error. We're investigating the language called C++, which can be used as a compilation target instead of JavaScript, it seems. Wait, is there like, hold on. Is there C++ to WebAssembly? There should be, right? Like, C++ is not very searchable, is it? They should have came up with a different name. C++ JavaScript or assembly, I don't know, something. I think it's easier to like do this. What can I compile C++ language into? I mean, it was there. Like, it's not in the specification, though, right? It's in some other place. It's a portable assembly compiler IR. So what you compile it depends entirely on the backend. Yes, but what are the existing backends? Right, you have x86, ARM, Spark, Alpha. CMM. Like, can it target like JVM efficiently? For example. Why nobody uses it anymore? Because LVM showed up. Wait a second. So this is the thing that existed before LVM, basically? If you need to support 64-bit, wait, it doesn't support 64-bit. You can technically define your own bit widths. So QBE is what we want instead, maybe. After all. So just so that, like, yeah, I don't know, actually. Right? Is more low level than C. Probably not what you want. I don't know, I liked some of those things. They are abstracting certain things, which is nice. Let me take a look at QBE real quick. Yeah, it's I mean the C minus minus is also alternative to LLVM, right? It's just the one that also includes like the backend to actually compile down to native code, compared to C minus minus, which is just the intermediate representation, and QBE is both, and LLVM is both, I guess, too, right? Let me see the control flow. We represent it as control flow graphs. The control flow is serialized as a sequence of blocks of straight line code, which are connected using jump instructions. Yeah, so you either jump or you return. All blocks have a name that is specified by a label in their beginning, and then follows a sequence of instructions that have full through flow. Finally, one jump terminates the block. The jump can either transfer control to another block of the same function or return. Jumps are described further below. You can jump to identifier, and you can return an optional value, and you can halt. And this, like, identifier can be stored somewhere, right? Too. I don't know. Is this even more lower level than C minus minus? But I mean, this is the spec of the language, right? Which is why we can consider this. Isn't this even smaller than, like, you see how small this thing is? And this is the manual for the C minus minus. I'm not sure how much smaller, but it feels like it's at least twice as small. Subtyping, what? Minimal subtyping feature for integer types only. Any value of type L can be used in the type W. What, this is word and this is long? It's the opposite of the usual subtyping of integers. Long value can be used in the word context. There's also seem to be similar level to LVMR. Yeah, but like LLVM in terms of representation is just having like a billion instructions, and this just has a little bit, which fits on this thing, right? But yeah, this is like very low level. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I don't think I should start on another backend yet, though. And the first backend is going to be the like interpreters that is self-hosted anyway, right? Then after that, like for the self-hosted, we can switch from the JavaScript to something else. That's like what we can consider. I don't know. I feel like I will stick to JavaScript though, if unless I hit like massive performance issues. Right? So far, the performance issues that we have, they are like okay, manageable. It doesn't matter that I'm like parsing the JSON file in 10 seconds instead of like 50 milliseconds, does it? All right, what can I do? Have I done anything useful today? I don't remember. So yeah, like sync versus async. This is the biggest issue, right? But is there something similar to like, yeah, we. Go language also doesn't have closures, does it? Wait, hold on. I don't remember. Golang closures. Do they have it? They do. Right. Okay. Do you guys think Go language is a good compilation target? All right, what's the plan? What's the plan? So we have done the Lexer. Self first anyway. Yeah, like I'm just saying, like, so here's the plan, right? We have the Lexer, we have the parser, right? After that, we need to have interpreter and compiler. Those are like, one of them cannot live without the other. So we are compiling to the our own representation, which can be interpreted or further processed with the with another backend, right? And then we have like compilation targets, right? So we could have JavaScript. Well, I mean, yeah, interpreter like has to be. So the interpreter is automatically in the compilation targets. JavaScript. Should we do this? There is Golang that we can consider. There is C, there is C++, and there is QBE, right? There's also LLVM, but probably not until much later, right? So this is the to-do list of my self-hosted progress. There's also MLIR. Intended to be the hybrid IR, which can support multiple different requirements in a unified infrastructure. For example, this includes the ability to represent data flow graphs, such as standard flow, including dynamic shapes, the user extensible ops ecosystem, TensorFlow variables, etc. Optimization and transformation is typically done on such graphs. Ability to host high-performance computing style loop optimizations. Code generation lowering transformations such as DMA insertion, explicit cache management, memory tiling, and vectorization. I don't know. I don't know about this one. My original goal was to do the JavaScript. This is probably what we do. JavaScript. This is what Bootstrap does. Right? There's also a thing which we can start working on immediately, which is called the LSP, right? Because the LSP can give us syntax highlighting and formatting. And then after we have the interpreter and compiler, we can have those features of the LSP too. So I was thinking of starting with that. With the LSP, which is why we were parsing JSON and everything. And we can print JSON because we need JSON RPC here. Right? The parser needs to have a little bit of work to like error resilience, right? Because I think it just like I'm not sure how it behaves currently. It's not skipping tokens like my bootstrap does. For Lexer, it is done though. So yeah, I think we can move on with this plan. At some point though, like because this is big, like to go to the interpreter and compiler, like even if we don't have the other compilation targets, C or JavaScript, it doesn't matter because like the question is how far can we get without before I get annoyed by like the slow compile times. And by the way, if we get the slow compile times, how do I even fix that, right? Because like that's not the problem that I'm like transpiling to JavaScript. It's just the OCaml code base is slow, which does that mean that I should also like reconsider how my compiler is working so that it's compiling faster? Well, I mean, it's just I'm compiling from scratch currently all the time. I should have some way to reuse the previous compilation results, right? Which is not that easy, unfortunately. But that's something that I should think about when I'm writing the self-hosted one, so that we can immediately like start reusing the compilation results. That's what I want to fix immediately, right? So ideally, I do not touch the thing. Maybe like even if it compiles for like a long time, it's okay. We'll see. Anything else that I should add to this list? I don't remember anything else that was on my plan. I mean, I have this roadmap, right? These are just language improvements, self-hosting. This is in the progress, context inference. But that's like when we get to the thing. Yeah, there's nothing really here. Let me have a to-do on a inside of a readme here. Add a JSON number to a floating point. Nice. So this, by the way, is we have the Bootstrap version. Bootstrap is on main branch. Current self-hosted current version. This is rewrite number 4. So you say that you have the number, and you have number, Into float. What about from floating point? Did you add that? Or I guess from can still work as... Alright guys, I'm just going to end for today. Let's see. Let's trade this guy. This guy's cool. Like in the anime tennis game with the anime girls, right? Alright, see you guys next time. Bye.